everyone, and welcome to part 4 of this mostly fresh start series. We're doing a Chillheart Nightblade. We have to get to level 70 to get some, you'd be able to use our armor augments. Anyway, yeah, we've got... We really could get a better belt, but... Chill of Frostbite and Chill of Arcane Balance. So yeah, we've got upgraded spectral long swords when we need them. Yeah, right now we're just trying to gain a level. So we're honored with Coven. See Totem, click Totem. This may not be the most efficient way of doing this, but it is potentially going to facilitate some rep farming later, so might as well push a little bit further up in Forgotten Gods. Can even do the shrine up here too. Alright, we can at least turn in a quest or two. It's not that much XP. Alright, we can, maybe we'll do Sylvaria. Get a few blooms while we're at it. day, welcome in, Viley.
Have you found good? Goradius at is it appear not far?
Might as well just finish this quest line. I'm not going to bother buying the writ from Coven. We kill enough beasts, we probably get there anyway. And if we don't, we just do some more quests in Ultimate. No, this is a pretty standard for weekends. Might still be the thing with daylight savings here versus parts of Europe. But yeah, I usually start at around 6:30 a.m. in the when the weather's cold here on the weekends. Once it gets to be warmer, I'm going to probably start later again because I'll be able to take Shirley out for a nice long morning walk before it gets too hot. also tire her out while I'm streaming, so I don't have to take a break in the middle, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Mostly,
The ritual was a success.
that's mostly me starting later than I intend to start. But yeah, no, last minute procrastination, making breakfast, things along those lines. But the goal is typically 6:30. Sometimes it just happens to be a little bit later. All right, we're level 70, so let's actually get the Coven Honored Hexer's Delight. And go back to Devil's Crossing. Alright, what are we, Previous to Frostbite. This is... It's not a bad piece of kit, but... Alright. It's kind of wild that we still do not have a good metal. We're still using this kind of, let's say, Bloodletters of the Wolf, Defilers of Mending, like... Okay, so we're level 70. Let's see what we can do here. think we have to keep this chess piece for all the resistances for the time being. We are, however, going to do this, and let's go Mankind's Vigil all over. Our cold res is a little under where we want. Hey, welcome in, Susie. You are you reading the forums again, Viley? So that'll always be interesting. I mean, it's an internet forum. Arguing with bad faith is basically the sport there. Right? There's not much of a mystery on that. Unfortunately. It's kind of the nature of the beast. Some of the guys, Gnomish is often, unfortunately, one of them who I feel like has a tendency to argue in bad faith. Him and was it Palkus or Picus? Okay, so actually, you know what? No, we're actually in fine shape with. I was looking at resistances without pneumatic burst up, so yeah, everything. These all look good. We're ready for ultimate, and we will get a better. We'll get a better Namadea horn as well because this is not a particularly great one. Does give us a bit of Fizz Res on Vindictive Flame and a bit of DA on Pneumatic Burst, so. Shadow Strike is hitting for almost 100,000. It's probably, we'll cross 100,000 when we get the better Spectral Longsword, so. Yeah, let's go to Ultimate. Yeah, there are a lot of reasonable discussions one can have about balance and difficulty in the game. It's like, as much as Biff and I disagree on some of the design decisions in Grim Dawn lately, I think he's approaching it from a much more reasonable perspective. And I think he probably is more in touch with what a typical Grim Dawn player thinks than, especially the people on the forums, who, like, when the forums say this game is too easy, they mean this game is too easy for someone who has thousands of hours playing it and is really good at piloting. It's like, okay, well, if you're really great at a game, it's going to feel easy at some point. Like, is the game easy, or are you just really good at it? Maybe a little bit of both, but like, if you're trying to attract new players, what's what's easy is going to be a bit relative, and the forums are not a good place to really objectively judge that. The people who are nerding out the most over Grim Dawn and every little trick they can get to get additional damage, survivability, and so forth, you might not want to balance around them 100% of the time. Yeah, exactly, Viley. If you make it hard for Rainin, you're going to murder a new player. And, and conveying to the people who are posting on the forums that their experience is not representative of the general population oh, I should be drinking an XP pot. Whatever. It's just the beginning of Ultimate. It's fine. Got distracted by chatting about forums. But yeah, like I recognize that my experience is not going to be typical. So, I at least, I like, Biff and Rain have run into Kuba while leveling. I never have, and I'm. It's not because I'm better at the game than Rain, and it's just because of decisions that I make that are a little bit different from them. Like, yeah, you can easily run into Kuba, but you can also avoid him. Generally, you're not going to get him unless you're playing in a dangerous domain or something like that. I think Rainin gets him most of the time in Ancient Grove. I've never... So I fully believe that Biff got him outside Devil's Crossing. I've never done that even when I'm on Nemesis with Beasts, but... so that could just be bad luck. But yeah, I'm... Some of my experiences are not going to be typical. I recognize that, but there's other stuff where it's like, where you look and say, okay, well, my experiences may not be typical, but there's nothing I'm doing here that a new player can't do. Hey, welcome in, Morndale. I don't think we need these slith necklaces, but they always drop when you don't need them. Typical. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like I kind of want to do just record myself doing a long totem farm and see how many nemesis that I run into. And I think the answer is going to be not that many. And it's also going to be you can move to the next rift gate or something and just avoid the fight if you really don't want it.
Greetings, Chuck.
Like, if Koopa spawns and you're not ready for him, like, just basically exit the main menu and restart. It's it's annoying, but if it's not happening super often, then it's not the worst thing in the world. Cat butt on keyboard, nice. Yeah, so it's like if you have to. That's the thing. If you have to do 4 totems on average to get Koopa to spawn, if you do 2 to 3 totems of every type, that's like was it? You got Chaos, Beast, Eldritch, Undead, and I'm probably missing something. Oh right, Aether. So yeah, you could do a run of 15 totems and not run into a nemesis theoretically. And if that's the case, then the claim that nemesis are just going to pop up when you're farming for gear, they're really not. You might get unlucky once or twice, but it's not going to be the typical experience. Yeah, and that's also very fair, Filey. Alright, we'll get the Slithering. We're not going to use it, but it's free XP. I don't think anyone in this chat, well, I don't think almost anyone in this chat is really qualified to talk about the game being too generous to new players. I include myself in that. We're just... Yeah, we're in a very bad bad position to be making that claim. Let's let's be honest with ourselves on that. So I remember myself as a new player, barely, and I know I could figure out how to die to almost anything. Now, I know the game's probably, on average, the base game content is easier than it was when I started out, especially since I started out without the DLC. But still. Yeah, that sounds... that's... not the same for me, but similar stuff for me, Viley. But yeah, I mean, that kind of comes back to the whole culture of the forums, and when they complain the game is too generous and too easy, they are completely out of touch with what anyone who doesn't have thousands of hours in the game feels. And like, yes, you want your game and ARPG to challenge top players at some point, yes, but you also want people to be able to ease their way into it so they can play the game enough to potentially become a top player themselves. I think I'd go a little farther than that, Morndale. Just I do think the basics of have an HP pool, have resistances. Sometimes a little easier said than done when you have no gear, but yeah, if you once you understand that you need max resistances, the game does get easier. But you also need to have some clue of how to do damage as well. So it's not just defense; it's also offense. The MIs make offense a lot easier, but you still kind of need to know about them. But yeah, if you have some basic knowledge and general principles, then it's not that challenging to get into the game, which I think is good. And yeah, but you're still with those basics. You're not going to be pushing. You're not going to be doing SR running up to SR 36 or anything like that. So, or even something like Lokar or Bourbon Clones might be challenging when you're new. And I mean, hell, Morganeth and Gargabol are still scary. So there is some stuff, but I do agree that mostly once you get the basics down, you're going to be in a good spot. Yeah, Crucible 150. Well, Crucible 150 plus is like is like SR though, Viley. Yeah, that's actually a really good suggestion, Morndale. Nemesis spawning at 94 plus. Yeah, because I think when you're starting out, you're doing a ton of exploring, looking, and probably killing a lot of mobs and not progressing in an efficient and linear fashion. You have a lot more chance of running into a nemesis. I mean, the thing is, I don't unless you're memorizing all the spawn points, you could still get jumped by a nemesis in the old system, and you don't you yeah, like I guess you see the skull unless the skull was hidden by fog of war, in which case you wouldn't see it, and then you just get jumped. So if you have a fully explored map and you pay attention to the map at all times, and you know to pay attention to the map at all times, you can avoid the nemesis more easily under the old system. But I don't think it's as blatant in the new version. I can actually drop a couple points in Shadow Dance if I wanted to. I think it's okay, but all the fizz damage from Temper will convert for Shadow Strike because we have full fizz to cold. But let's get more resist reduction. Yeah, posting on the forums is a dangerous game. The thing is, when you realize at some point that no matter what you write, no matter how well reasoned it is, no matter how diplomatic you are, there are going to be folks who are just going to either misrepresent what you say or just make the same stupid bad faith arguments. It kind of dampens the any enthusiasm one might feel for posting on the forums. Like most of the people there, I think when it comes to maybe build construction, there probably some good. There's probably good, healthy debate going on. But on a lot of the topics, particularly anything that would be interesting to a newer player, people just want to bludgeon you with their point of view rather than actually learn anything. And it only takes so many times of someone responding without actually addressing your point to recognize the futility of the situation. Morning, Captain Keen. Welcome in. That's not. That doesn't seem that bad to me, Viley. You didn't even call him obtuse. I mean, I will say one thing. Spending time on Grim Dawn forums, it makes me feel a little bit better about the state of political discussion in the world, because once you recognize that even when you take politics out of it, people are still going to be obtuse and do the same stupid crap when there are no actual legitimate stakes. You realize that that's at some level it's just human nature manifesting itself on the internet no matter what, and it's not even about whatever the issues are. Well, it's I feel like in gaming forums, there's the old old saying about academia about the feuds in academia are so vicious because the stakes are so small, and that's Grim Dawn is a great game. I very much enjoy gaming, but it's also a hobby, and being right about an issue in Grim Dawn in the grand scheme of things does not matter. Like the stakes are tiny in these forum discussions. In any sort of semblance of the grand scheme of things. Which is if this is one of your major outlets, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's gaming nerds instead of academics arguing about trivial points for the most part. How do you talk to him and not be condescending, though? Like, you know... Okay, you got Eastern Robes. That's only Aether Res. It's not that useful for us, is it? Yeah, I mean, things like that are reasons I've stopped entertaining debate in a lot of places because it's a pointless waste of time. You know, the in an ideal world, you want to be saying, "How can I learn from?" Or what can I learn from this person? Not how can I bludgeon this person with my talking points until they go away. Morning, Canadian guy. Welcome in. Yeah, and in general, you're right, Morndale. They tend to not stop, and I think winning a debate in a lot of cases seems to be getting the other person to give up. It's like deciding that debating someone is a waste of time counts as losing the debate. Just like, why are we doing this?
I sense turmoil within you, Saint Jen.
Is it finished? The Warden's defeat is a great victory.
And the worst part is the dumber someone is or the worse they are at legitimately discussing issues, the more they post and debate, and the complete lack of awareness they have about how bad they are at it.
I cannot.
James McKay, welcome in. Yeah, exactly right. I'm doing well. I'm scrolling through all the chat. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Canadian guy? Yeah, that's why I'll discuss games with people that actually want to discuss the games and explore ideas.
So, you the three go to the center of the.
The emissary warned me of
But
your coming. But whether you
forums and the internet and social media are just absolutely terrible places for having any sort of legitimate discussion where you grow.
are you prepared
I think
to
longer form content is better at that, either whether it's a discussion, if you had an hour-long YouTube video exploring an issue or something like that, that can be great. But yeah, most of the way we consume content and discuss issues is just completely detrimental to getting good insights. And yeah, you have the concept of adverse selection, where the population that the denizens that populate these places tend to be ones who exacerbate the problems rather than fix them.
I could hear the.
Vezrox, some people gotta play the Saboteur dice. I am very proud. See, Morndale will give me crap for using Serenity on almost every build and for taking Revenant on way too many cold builds, but Morndale is also someone where if I'm trying to figure out something, devotions in the game, or how to optimize something, he will probably look at it with a fresh set of ideas and have good ideas. Like, we can give each other a hard time, but we also both know a lot about the game and can have a legitimate discussion.
You've been quite, my dear. Then what this? So you've yes.
Well,
All right, let's go back to Act 2. It's Shadow Strike's hitting for 104,000 now, which is pretty darn solid. 105,000. We don't need this shrine, but I am going to clear it and check the boss for see if we get any higher level spectral longswords, because they might be able to drop a level 80, 82 or 84 item. So we're 76, so if the mobs are 79 or higher, they can drop 84 gear. And the elites as well, from the shrine, as well as the boss, can potentially drop the swords, so it's worth a quick run. See if we get a little bit of a damage upgrade. have a longsword? No, we can't see him. I'll take the long way. Oh, you do have a spectral longsword. Nice. And you're 82, so you can drop. You could potentially drop a higher level one. That would be a slight upgrade for us at some point. Shield of Arcane Balance requires level 80, so I guess it's maybe higher level chilled. Oh yeah, it's more flat cold and Ellie, so it's a level 70 base with higher level affixes, but the higher level affixes have more flat. Ribbon of Valiance. We are going to swap over and take that. Just going for the one Violet because keeping true to the character found part of it. Okay, Ribbon of Valiance. Take the black tallow out of this. And I mean, considering we were rocking like some level 10 metal until this point, Morndale, this is a pretty nice upgrade. Like, look at this. 400 health, Vit, Elemental Res, Bleed Res, Max, Fire, Cold, Lightning. Heck, it even increases our armor. We're up to 13k health now. Oh yeah, go talk to Mornay. And we'll give Kasparov his dynamite, I guess. Did we not rescue Steven Skinner? Or did we, Alright, we'll go rescue Skinner, why not? If I could remember where to go, that would definitely... Ah, there we go. Yeah, okay, I was in the right spot. Canadian guy, Dark Blaze. Let me pull that up quickly. See what your So I think in general, like this is a weapon pool skill, right? So it should you should be able to have more than one weapon with it. So so like it'll be two separate 15% chances to be used. Like it should be similar to like a Rutnik where each pistol has its own weapon pool skill proc.
Keep your weapons where I can.
No worries, Canadian guy. Yeah, the getting an of the abyss Bloodsworn repeater is probably going to be better than a second Dark Blaze pistol. That's also true, Morndale. So, I mean, even Void Touched of the Abyss is good enough. Demonic of the Abyss is probably best in slot, but Void Touched of the Abyss is at least, I feel like that's at least obtainable. It'll just take time if you don't have it in stash. Alright, his shield is up, so we'll chill for a minute. Yeah, that's anything that you can get a guaranteed boss from any guaranteed drop from a boss is and Bolvar usually will drop 2 of them too, so it's even a little bit better. It's alright, Viley. We all know who you meant. Bolvar, you have a lot of unresolved issues. You would not be the only one on that there, Canadian guy.
Well, damn, now that come, friend, back to business.
Wait, why don't you want to do the Dahlia quest on Ultimate, Viley? Is that where you do want to do it because the XP is better? Ah, okay. Because of the quest marker, if you're farming him. No, that actually that makes sense. It's like not turning in the Ethereal Essence quest on the if you want to target farm some of the ascended items. Yeah, that is a smart way to facilitate farming. I don't think I've ever target farmed Icrix. Mm. Yeah, more general damage, which benefits Aegis versus Aegis specific buffs. I mean, it may come down to what you have better affixes for, potentially. Alright. Voldrak is very frightening. With 13k HP, that's straight and possible one-shot territory, so yeah. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we forgot to kill Lutra. We'll have to come back and do that. I was just rushing straight for the next Rift Gate. Level 55, yikes, yeah. It's always a challenge with farming gear upgrades. You want to be able to get it when you hit the level that can use it, but if you farm that way, you also risk getting lower level items. Oh boy. Let's not get bouldered. cluster and finish him. Done. Tyrants of Ruin. Okay, that could have hurt.
Well, if it is, I haven't. I came.
Okay, we are close to running out of XP pot. Oh, did they actually did they actually fix it, Viley, or is it still the still the same issue you had earlier? What's up, Kibbits? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Or evening. There's a new patch yesterday. Okay, cool. I mean, the Ikrit scale itself does nothing for us, but these are kind of insane resistances. I might just keep this around for the future in case we just need a metal with good resistances to tide us over. Now, do we farm Ilgor on this build, or is there a better, lazier option? Yeah, it's a really nice resistance metal. It's nothing we need at the moment. It is a bit. It does boost our damage a bit, but I don't think it's a priority upgrade. But it's nice to have in our back pocket. Okay. Right, we're gonna drop a portal here and get the Pine Barrens Rift after we get the Homestead one. turn in some quests that we haven't done yet. Alright, level 80, so we can swap out our Spectral Longsword again. Yeah, this is just basically a slightly better version of the one we already have, because it's higher level affixes. Yeah. So go back to the inventor. Alright. Shadow Strike is now hitting for up to 110 damage per hit. And let's see, what else do we want to put points in here? Because number just keeps creeping up. Alright, and we have to go rescue Ulgrim.
So how good work.
So at some point, at level 94, we'll be able to equip Chillheart. We may not have all the other components in place to use it immediately, but I do want to push, at least start pushing towards Vanguard, so that we can just get it whenever we want it. In the meantime, let's drink another XP pop before that expires. Do the totem. So yeah, we'll push to the Temple of Osir Rift. And then we can continue with with everything else. We'll probably go back to Pine Barrens and Homestead. Getting 2 Manticore eyes here is pretty pretty rare. Pretty nice RNG. We don't need it at the moment, but welcome back, Morndale. Hang on, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna put up a poll. I'll leave it up for a while too. Just rounding out this poll. All right, I'll leave this up for 10 minutes, and we're going to do this Chicago style. Feel free to vote early, vote often, and use channel points. This poll is non-binding. I will probably run a similar poll tomorrow as well, and kind of look at and aggregate the results together. So, yeah. Poll is up. What happened to Rolly, Kibitz? Oh, Viley's comment. Fair enough. Stalwart of the Drangul. It's not a bad roll. We're not trading the Peerless Eye of Baranath, though. Ooh, Dreadlords of Attack. I mean, it's a shame about the level 84, but it's not a bad roll. Okay, another reason I might want to get the Vanguard is to get a start to being able to potentially farm a Gargoyle Belt. Gotta make sure there are no healers, because that would be very annoying. Okay, let's turn in these quests, and then I'm going to take a quick break to wake up my dog. Because Shirley is being a little bit lazy today, sleeping in. Which is fine, but at some point I do need to get her on her breakfast schedule. And she will definitely wake up for food. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a few. Going to wake up, let the dog out, feed the dog. All right, we are back, and yeah, I don't think I'll have a problem with Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll, I'll test it before I start streaming, but it's comfortably above everything that we need for specs. So
I wasn't sure. I'm going to.
I'll skip the pleasant. The Legion is split on.
yeah, only thing I'll need for Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably to clear up some disk space, which I have more than enough to install it. I just want to have some additional slippage room for if I forget to delete some of the VODs from streams and such. Rock Earth. I'm trying. I would definitely play BattleTech more, but it's gonna be a while before I come back to that. Just because I do want to play some other games. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste components on a shrine when I have 55. Welcome in Chaos with a full BattleTech Advanced mod. Maybe someday. Alright. Okay, Red Dead Redemption or Phantom Doctrine are the two top choices. Good to know. I will probably run this poll again tomorrow. See if results are any different. This way, run it over the course of a weekend. Alright, level 84.
There was much
Theoretically, we can
terrors from the
get some better spectral longswords, but
Just the first. There are two other.
our damage still feels alright, so... Alright, we'll get the Sorrow's Bastion Rift Gate, then I'm going to push a little further up in Forgotten Gods. Yeah. Yeah, it's plus one demo and Inquisitor. What would you replace the Inquisitor part with? Because I think most of them have plus +1 to 2 masteries.
May this
I know you don't like Spellbreaker, but you look at the conversions for a Cold Spellbreaker and Hard Capped Iskandra's Elemental Exchange or something. I don't know that we do. I have to think. It's an interesting idea, though. Oh yeah, Chillheart has Eye of Reckoning bonuses. That's true. I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, I do have the dual Chillheart Dervish. He's doing the Dervish with the Alchemist Warsword now that's been somewhat buffed. So, if I don't do a Stormheart build next, which it'll be relatively soon, I may do a an Elementalist with the Storm Halberd. Take advantage of the Vindictive Flame buffs. Yeah, the main Arcanist skills are probably somewhat on the lackluster side. Like, Devastation, if you have Spell Scourge set or something like that, is excellent. I guess the Outcast Helm, things like that, but those are kind of niche cases. Kaldor's Tempest has a couple of good options. TSS is just very disappointing. And Aether Ray is okay. Drain Essence is actually better than Aether Ray. And frankly, even just easier to gear because Drain Essence has Leech on the skill itself, which gives you a ton more flexibility. Okay, yeah, Pyrans is the other use case for Devastation. That's true. That build does tend to be a bit glass cannony, but I don't want to be too picky. Thing is, I don't mind playing Aether Ray. I like the skill, but I also just recognize that it's not amazing. Although I think they added some buffs that gives you additional CC res when you're channeling, which I think Drain Essence is better overall than Morndale, but Aether Ray, I enjoy playing it, but it's really the only it's, I think, I don't know. TSS is just bad in its current state. And yeah, Aether Ray is a slightly worse Drain Essence with less gear flexibility. But it's still a fun skill to play. Yeah, TSS bad. Devastation situationally very good with the right gear if you can get to 100% uptime. But it's still, you need something else on top of Devastation. And CT, I think cooldown CT is better than spam CT by a good margin for most builds. Which means if you're doing cooldown CT, you also need another skill. Like, cooldown CT with Vanquisher set, it's like a Skater Templar. And the two-handed weapon is kind of a nice nuke, but again, very situational. Morning, Silver Fox. Yeah. Like I said, Fire CT with Vanquisher set and the two-handed weapon, the name of which I'm blanking on, as a cooldown skill with utility for Skater, but that's again part of a broader set and a niche case. Welcome in, Mr. Tech. Yeah, I mean... all that said, I still think Arcanist is an excellent utility support class for things like nullification, mirror, and Maven Sphere protection. But and yeah, I agree on TSS.
I believe
Like it's a cooldown skill with no sustain.
Elaine was with the material.
Okay, so we are getting to one of the places where we can get a totem that can spawn gargoyles who can drop the Nightblade belt. Very much looking forward to hopefully getting a belt upgrade. We can also potentially do some, once we hit respected, do some bounties. Yeah, did you use the two-handed weapon that adds weapon damage to Vire's Might when you did that tech? Because I think to really make cooldown CT shine, you want a two-handed weapon and just all the crazy weapon damage. Because if you're going sword and offhand for the best possible cooldown on Buyer's Might, you're going to be a little bit disappointed probably with the damage. Okay, you used it, okay, for the crit damage on CT. Fair enough. I don't know. I think cooldown CT really, or I think CT screams for using a two-handed weapon because of all the weapon damage you get out of it, but it's possible that that's not the best way of doing it. have mythical runic bracers. We can put those on at some point. Are we? We're almost respected. It's a lot of enemies. It's hard to see. Okay, we definitely don't want fire converted to aether. Welcome in, Froggate. I feel like Northern Worm is just better as a caster. If you really want to do two-handed auto attacker, maybe you do the Alchemist weapon. It's a Blade Master or something like that. That's probably one of the better options in the game, I would think. You can do like a mix of Cold Blitz and Cadence. Alright, let's make sure we actually get this Rift Gate. But I think cold auto attack, I'm typically thinking cold Nightblade, in which case you're doing something like a Malkadar Reaper, which is probably going to be better than any two-handed cold auto attacker you can come up with. Like, you can do two-handed auto attack. I don't think cold is the ideal way to do it. But yeah, Alchemist, Blade Master, possibly. I think you struggle a bit for weapon pool skills on that, but otherwise,
What a wonder. The witch gods are united.
Yes, traveler?
all right, let's push into Bloodgrove. I think when this XP pot runs out, I'm going to do a bit more farming. Maybe get a Gargoyle Belt, some better Spectral Longswords. And we're going to use the Bismeal cold amulet that requires Revered to buy the blueprint. And even though we technically have the blueprint, since I don't reset my save file, I'm going to wait till I'm revered with Bismeal to make that item. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good stuff in the expansion. Which means you should try it early before Crate nerfs it, because they're probably... I mean, the sort of inevitable thing with a new mastery, new gear is to get people to try them. If you're going to err on one side, you're going to err on the side of making it overpowered. Shield of Fallen Skies, okay. So yeah, requires level 94. Doesn't do anything for me now. Eastern Light Guards, elemental damage, health OA. Probably not going to use them, but pick them up anyway. Yeah, Alchemist rings are just even more insane now. Malkadar is over here. I mean, making it to SR 100, or I guess SR 40 these days is still very good. And I think you can argue that any of the sort of records or things set before they compressed SR are more impressive for the sole reason that, you know, you need to, if you're doing 90 to 100, that's 11 shards, that's 11 boss rooms, chances to get really unlucky draws and combinations. Whereas if you are doing 36 to 40, that's 5. It's half as many opportunities for bad luck. So yeah, old school SR pushing is always going to be a little bit more impressive just because of the luck involved in boss room draws and things like that. Warborn and so 3-piece Warborn and Mythical Leviathan. I probably would go Death Knight. So Necro Soldier. Yeah, they compressed some of these changes that were new and revolutionary at the time are now really old. You play the game so long and for so much you forget when they actually made some of these changes.
I am told that I could not when the Legion was forced to.
I mean, heck, I can't even remember Grim Dawn without Sunder, really. I guess I'll just use Elemental Awakening. Some more points. Yeah. Yeah, Leviathan DK it's very solid and very safe. I think problem with Witchblade is it doesn't give you any additional weapon pool skills. I also just have an irrational hatred for Witchblade as a class. I think it's boring, but that's that's very much a me thing that should not influence anyone else. And Warborn also doesn't really support a cultist at all, from what I remember, so... Ideally, if you're going to use a set like that, you want something that that both masteries benefit from your main gear. Fair enough. I don't want to... Like I said, this is very much a my personal experience thing that's not based on much that's objective, so I don't want to deter other people from playing Witchblade, but I just hate it myself. And I do recognize that the hatred is mostly irrational. I think the one Witchblade I actually have is it uses the basically the Chaos Force Wave weapon. That's not Force Wave, it's the Obsidian Juggernaut. I almost blanked on the name. I was using a conduit that that did Chaos Bloody Pox and Chaos RR that they changed to Aether, so I need to figure out a new amulet if I ever want to revisit that build. As obviously Aether Pox and Aether RR does nothing for me. Yeah, it's they've buffed it quite a bit since last few patches. They dramatically increased the percent weapon damage on the skill, and they did give it less damage at point blank range. But they so one patch they buffed the weapon damage, which I think they went from 60 to 75 for each of the projectiles, which was a pretty substantial buff. And then they buffed the weapon damage again and gave it less damage at point blank range, so that it's, you know, a tiny bit less damage if you're shotgunning, but way more damage for everything else that's caught in a wake. So I think from a crowd clearance perspective, it was still very much overall buff. Yeah, that's completely fair, Froggate. It's finding something that's fun that works well enough is one of the joys in this game. Yeah, like Grim Dawn is very flexible in letting you just play whatever the within reason, whatever the heck you want. And look, if your goal is to push endgame content, then yes, you are going to have to drift back towards some sort of meta, or you know, at least make the optimal version of whatever build you're playing. But if you just want to have fun, clear the campaign, do skeleton key dungeons, do say SR26 instead of SR32. You have so many choices. You're using SR sets, so yeah, you're fine then. You don't have the conduit problem that I have. So actually, the funny thing is, I actually found out that they made that change. I wasn't paying attention, probably to whatever conduit changes they did in the patch notes. But yeah, I think I might have been I was showing Warborn the build. I linked it to him, and he asked me about why I have an Aether Pox conduit, which my first thought was I don't have an Aether Pox conduit. It's Chaos, and then I said, well, they must have made the change when they added Chaos RR to Curse of Frailty, and sure enough, they did. We have no health. Chaos Blade Arc, Doombolt, and Mark of Dreeg. Obsidian Juggernaut is casting speed, so would you be doing a cooldown Blade Arc on that Morndale? Actually, spam, just accepting that you don't have the optimal setup for it in terms of the attack speed. Fair enough. Yeah, sometimes that is the best approach, but it can be counterintuitive to build around that.
Why do you have such a grim flex? I've already informed.
You're here. With a
Mm. Well, the thing is, once you accept this kind of a weird meme setup, you don't have to have quite the same level of expectation for it. And you can have fun with it. Alright, I guess I'm fighting this boss. Alright, let's sell some things. We're going to reset, do a little bit of farming. This isn't max Fizz Res Maw the Damned, but I don't really care. Alright, well, at the very least, we can swap out our runic bracers for mythical runic bracers. Extra 200 health and 100 armor. And yeah, we're going to do some farming. Alright, first things first, check to see if the totem's there. I might just farm this totem for a bit, because I'd really like to get a upgraded belt. Let's make sure we clear all the fog of war so we can see the totem. Yeah, okay. No totem. See if we get a spectral longsword. I think at this point the totem is the main thing. Or a bit higher level, I'll care about farming some other stuff, but... And of course we're going to want to farm Namadea. But I'm just going to wait until we're 94 for that. Come on, turn around. What weapon do you have? You have a spectral longsword. Okay, let's go. Hold on. They made some changes to Spectral War Maul. Let me pick this up. I just want to look at it quickly. Spectral Binding has lightning to Vit. And a bunch of so you could play a ritualist with this. I was thinking Vit Savagery using Upheaval, but because you already have Vit Primal Strike stuff, and this doesn't really do anything for Primal Strike. The +4 Primal Strike is from the Skyfallen. But yeah, no, that's kind of cool. The lightning to Vit conversion, I really like that. Void touched. Wow. I mean, it may not be the best Morndale, but they're at least trying to open up some additional build options, which is always it's always a good thing, even if we don't take advantage of them. So I felt for a very long time that Spectral Warmaul was by far the worst of all of the spectral items. I mean, it's even worse than the TSS one. It was just a bad item because it didn't give you enough for Siphon Souls to let you play around it, and it had no other real redeeming features. And now at least you can kind of look around and create something interesting with it. Yeah, you could use it before, but that was more because Paklas was a good item than the mace would just happen to be a two-handed thing that you could use. This totem does not want to spawn for us. This is like fourth time's the charm, maybe? Okay. Finally got the totem to spawn. Let's do that, then I'm going to check and see what this Grim Tools is. Now, getting the totem to spawn might be the easy part, actually getting the mobs to drop, but we don't even get the right mobs. Yeah, you need the gargoyles. Let's check bounties briefly. And Corvin Worm with upheaval mechanics. Yeah. No, it's an interesting concept. The unfortunate thing is just only having one weapon pool skill really get any benefits, but all right, what do you have for me bounty-wise? All right, we'll run through Corvin City, I guess. I'm not gonna drink an XP pot because we're still doing some farming, but Messenger we're gonna do later. This is there's a totem here. We'll click it for the rep. Nothing else. Astral Fields and Elite is except we didn't go through Forgotten Gods on Elite, unfortunately. So that would be quite quite a detour. It's a good thought though. If you did do full Forgotten Gods playthroughs, then farming on Elite is probably the better play. But we just can't do it. Bernhardt. Yeah, that's a lot of poison damage reflecting back at you, right? Dravis.
And so, he was when Dravis confronted.
Alright, we got the Rift Gate. Let's turn in the bounty. And check the totem spawn point. Alright, have a good one, Biley. Thanks for dropping by. See you next time. And yeah, I saw they updated Bonemonger. My Concern with that is it sounds like the Inquisitor seals are no longer green, which that is just sad. All right, we got a gargoyle. Rune of Mending isn't amazing, but I'm going to take that for the rune carved. It is level 94, so we can't use it yet, but we at least have something that we can take advantage of. You have metal for that. Well, that may make it better. Sister Crimson. It's a little sketchy, but I mean, we have to do these. We need the rep. Rep grind is going to be a bit of a thing. Okay, I want to stand in the volcano. Alright, so we hit level 90. We, could just do this for now. How the Titanvore is nowhere to be seen. Alright, let's Let's just continue to press forward, I guess. I'm going to use the XP pot to until we get to 94. And then once we hit 94, we'll do some more farming. All right, let's get to the next rift gate. Could even just open up the necropolis interior before we turn in anything.
It appears
We have a bunch of quests we can do before Ligorian that I don't think they'll quite get us to 94, but they'll push us further in that direction. So what do you have? What do you have, Morndale? Still at 175% attack speed, even with the consecrated wrappings. So you probably, I mean, do you just do Unholy Inscription and accept that you're going to have no attack speed? Maybe. Like, how much you've got? That was I mean, is Blade Arc even better than Obsidian Tremor? That's one other thing I kind of wonder, but that's it's pretty bad if you think about it. I mean, let's. Does what? Blade Arc does 222% weapon damage. When you shotgun with the Obsidian Tremor, that does 3 times 105 or 315. And obviously, it does 30% reduced damage, so it's like. That's 210% weapon damage. Obviously, there's the other factors you have. You do have TDM on the Blade Arc helmet. But yeah, if Blade Arc isn't good, do you just take the other Sentinel helm that does Doombolt, or do you maybe even think about the Harbinger? And 60% weapon damage isn't insane. The CDR helm, yeah, I think that's probably better. I think if you had two piece Harbinger, that'd be one thing, but you're completely giving up on CDR if you do that. Chaos Blade Arc just seems really disappointing in general. All right, let's also start Hidden Path. Mystic of Reptilian Resistance. That's not good. Original, I was probably going to stick to Drieg, but this is a really amazing roll. Clerics of Attack versus Lyle Pants. And it does give me additional life steal. So, maybe. I think those are definitely going on at 94. And then we'll see if anything better comes up, but I mean, Clerics, something like Clerics of Vitality would have been nice for more health, but Clerics does give health, doesn't it? Yeah, 5% health. So it's still pretty darn good. Oh, welcome back, Canadian guy. Hope you enjoyed breakfast. We got these Clerics of Attack Salile pants, which are going to be going on at 94. We have a couple of decent gear pieces, so we'll see. Tomorrow's probably going to be more of an intense farming day, but we should at least hopefully hit 94 today and be able to put on some of our endgame gear. So we have the Ouroboros quest, and then we have the Bone Hunter quest. Western omelet and sausages. Ooh, mushroom and cheese omelet. Both of those sound good. Yeah, sounds like a nice place, Canadian guy. I always like going to local places when I can, or local mom and pop, whatever. It's more satisfying to support a small business, I think, in general. Alright, so we are sundered. We're no longer sundered. Yeah, this guy's sunder just kind of... It's very difficult to dodge. I'm going to go to Fort Icon and buy some Black Legion augments. Just, when we hit 94, we may not be revered with them. Because we are temporarily going to lose some rep with Black Legion for siding with the Outcast. Hey, they're 70. That means they have 70 years of experience eating food. Yeah, we're not going into... the thing is, we could actually go into Steps of Torment, but I'm not going to do that. I think when I get off stream, I'm going to... I've got some leftover baked ziti I made with the ground chicken. I added some pepperoni too to give it some additional spice. might as well just finish that. And then I don't have to think about lunch for a few hours since I will have had a late-ish breakfast. Okay, level 93. Alright. It's got like 500k and change XP. So hit 94. We got an arcane. Let's be a little careful here. Alright, pretty sure that was your arcane projectile, and now you're dead. Zentai put up a bug fix playtest, so they've the patch is going to update whenever I restart. I'll yeah. Stream will be ending about 20 minutes, right around 10:30. I don't know if anyone's streaming Grim Dawn. I haven't checked, but yeah, if anyone here wants to get raided and you start in the next 15 minutes or so, let me know. Okay, 300,000 XP to go. This quest will get us over halfway there.
You've returned. So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit this. You see the Luminari.
Excuse, my father and I were part of a...
I wonder if we can actually just do the Corvin Titanivore bountying. That'll get us to 94. So I want to be able to put on some of the 94 gear. Pretty sure I never fought this boss on Ultimate, so I'm a little surprised he just doesn't want to show up, but sometimes he's a little bit buggy anyway. Oh, there you are. Okay, level 94. Let's we're going to sell some gear and put on some fresh gear. 2 more quick questions. Sure, I'm here another 10 minutes anyway, Canadian guy. Okay, Spell Sage boots are probably going on. Yeah, these 3 definitely. Skipping Elite is 100% personal choice, so it's if you want to do normal, play through normal, and then go right to Ultimate, you can absolutely do that. I think on if you're doing an SSF run, you probably want to spend some time in Elite for reputation purposes. If you're speed leveling, I usually shrine hop on normal and then do Elite and Ultimate, so I basically skip normal except for the shrines. But yeah, you can, as long as you have the resist to go straight to Ultimate, you're fine to do that whenever you want. Do weapons transmute into gear? You mean like if you have a weapon from a legendary set and you transmute it, will it turn into something else? Because yeah, any set piece can transmute into any other set piece. Yeah, it works with any piece of the set transmuting. All right, we have a bit more health. OADA is surprisingly not terrible. We'll sell these, sell these, sell these. No, that was a slight mistake. We'll keep the scaled hide.
Have you found any sign of my father out there?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kibitz. Do the anti-venom cell for now. We may upgrade to a leather later, but and we're Mark of the Traveler for boots for now as well. Chill the Fallen Sky, Spectral Longsword, so we'll replace this one. Let's see, Shadow Strike right now does 132. Grab the Creed's Cunning. It's up to 139. And let's go to Vanguard at the 3 and at least get the Chillheart for later. Also, good advice, Kippets. You can definitely get screwed over with RNG, with transmuting. Okay, so we have Chillheart for when we decide to equip it, but that's going to be in a little while. We also could theoretically farm Gale Slice for his metal. Yeah, chest, shoulders definitely need to be upgraded. Namadea Helm with non-garbage affixes would also be nice. So, actually, we are level 94 now, so we could just drop down to Elite quickly and do a couple of runs at Namadea. See if we get lucky. Yeah, whenever you find level 30 or so rings with really good resistance rolls, those are always worth keeping for leveling characters. Yeah, it's... She's level 101, which means we could get a level 84 base. Or we could just not get the item we need at all. That's fine. Alright, reset. I think we'll do one more run and then we'll call it. All right, so we got the eye back-to-back times, so no luck there. Let's take a quick look and see who's on. There's like nobody. See, Grim, unless all right, I'm gonna let you guys find your own entertainment, but appreciate everyone hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll be continuing this character, probably doing a lot of farming and getting it sort of ready for endgame. I suspect we won't finish it tomorrow, and we'll finish it up on Tuesday evening stream. But we will see how tomorrow goes. I'll put up another poll tomorrow about the games for when I'm doing more variety streaming. Once the BattleTech playthrough is finished too, we'll probably start one of those games on Wednesday next week. But we'll see you guys tomorrow, and have a good one. And yeah, see you next time.